somebody was 30 miles north of us a little bit ago. Where are you now? I wonder if they made it back in here. Fort Lewis, yeah. Yep. It seems like a lot of area, every cell carrier claims that they have 100% coverage or 99% coverage across the entire country. Well, no, they don't. And a truck driver can show you every single spot where they don't. crescent of a moon last night, so it's nowhere near a full. It might be close to a no moon.
Is that considered a celestial event, though? That's why people are losing their minds. That's the question.
No, people are losing their minds right now because of all of the political crap. A lot of them are being paid to do that.
Well, Krista answered that it is a new moon and she will search other issues. And she also said maybe some have reincarnated into current or future freedom fighters, meaning our forefathers, our founding forefathers.
Right.
That's kind of an interesting concept, isn't it?
Some of us very well could be reincarnations of our forefathers.
That's for men.
I pretty much think forefathers says it all. It doesn't matter whether you are male or female. The people that wrote the Constitution and were involved in the whole thing, men and women. At the time, you know, they were a screenshot of what was going on in modern day at their time. Yes, the women were quieter and in the back more, but I guarantee you there isn't a single politician even then that didn't have a significant other that whispered in their ears constantly about things, and that person made decisions accordingly.
Well, for all I know, I was Florence Nightingale or Betsy Ross in another life. Oh, well, look at all those rat rods. I bet you'd love to have those. Wow, that's a really old rat rod.
I am surprised. I'm surprised when you guys came up here, Rat Rod didn't pull in there and try to buy half the lot.
Maybe he did, we just don't know. 'Cause he was always riding off and then rejoining us.
Because there's a couple thousand old rust buckets out there.
Yeah.
But it's in Washington State, so I guarantee you whoever owns all that probably wants $20,000 or $30,000 a piece for a rusted out bucket that doesn't run or move.
So I'm curious what Jen means when she says people are losing their minds. Expand on that, Jen. Which people are losing their minds, and what gives you that impression?
Well, you know, we've got these new shootings keep coming up because it's an election year.
Well, she did tell us that thing happened in Tulsa today, right?
Yep.
Where some guy wanted medication.
Well, it's good for Oreo to be with his family. I mean, how long has it been since he was with them? The last time, you know?
That's the other thing. So many people in the Convoy movement sacrificed time with their family.
Yes, we did. We did sacrifice a lot. And I know there's people out there that sit there and blame all the truckers for just abandoning and leaving the movement. Sorry, but the moment that the convoy should have been moving forward into going down into DC and parking and saying we're not going anywhere after everything we'd already done and still not really been heard. You know, at that instead the people running the convoy come out and say that, well, we're going to go to California. That right there went against everything they told the people. That went against everything they told the people from the start. They told the people they were going to go to DC. They were going to be expressing all of the issues, and that they weren't going to leave until it was done. Well, guess what? They left. They went to California. That was the day they stopped receiving any donations. That was the day that the support behind them started dwindling. I knew it back then. seeing some things that I did not like. It meant that things were about to take a violent turn in my mind. And I said, no, I cannot do this anymore. I will find other ways. I will show up to other people's rallies when I'm there and have time. I'll be pushing for things in my own state to change. But really, the fight needs to go to the state levels. It needs to go to your local cities, your counties, and your state. Because
that was the other thing that the Convoy movement did create. Yeah, it got started.
It got started, but it got abandoned really quickly because they didn't have the funding to keep going.
But a lot of people did stand up and rise up in their own communities in all 50 states, and they started protesting, and that was sparked because they were motivated and inspired by the Convoy to do so, to rally at their own state capitals and their own communities and everything.
Yep.
So there were smaller grassroots movements in all 50 states, and there still are to this day. They haven't necessarily stopped. Are you aware that there's earthquakes everywhere? Violet, the lazy Texan is saying that there's earthquakes everywhere. There was a 4.1 in San Francisco. Predicted larger aftershocks to follow. Washington, Alaska, ring of fire active.
Now that's really interesting because where we are right now, we would have felt it. We did not feel it. Yes, it would have felt like we were on a boat in the middle of the ocean for a few seconds. I've been through plenty of them. We would have felt it when it hit. And well, I didn't feel nothing. I think that a lot of the craziness you are seeing, you are getting from the news. And the news has been known to fabricate things to create fear.
That's why I know.
The more fear they push on you, the more you stay with what is going on. Not paying attention to the government, you're too busy being scared of this other thing.
I haven't turned my television on for over a year.
Other than a few clips here and there where I go searching for them in several years. I figured out a long time ago. They're pushing one agenda and one propaganda. And it does not matter if they are all being controlled by the same entity. And they all have one mission. And that is keeping the division alive. The longer they keep people afraid and divided, the better they can pull off the garbage that they're pulling.
Yeah.
The moment that they can no longer keep the people divided and afraid is the moment that the country stands up together in unison and puts them in their place. And they don't want that. That's why they push so hard on everything in the media.
Right.
Especially during election years. fit, match your speed and get on. If you cannot, you wait until you can.
Correct.
You don't just force your way on. And you don't just expect a semi-truck to get out of your way to get on. Especially not when that truck has cars next to it and can't get over.
Well, it sounded like from what everybody's saying in the chat, we're going to have to try to get ourselves some cherries, even though they're expensive. Cherries in Washington are supposed to be awesome, awesome, awesome. Charlene and Carol Stevenson are both telling us that.
No, you
So
want
when
to
did you pop? So when
really tiny, little.
that went right over your head, dude.
It didn't go over my head. I mean, it may be dark somewhere, but it's not dark here, so it's not after dark.
Buffering is bad. Yes, we're going through an area.
Yeah, we're going through a town. We're going through one of the big towns, bigger cities here. It's amazing. I can be out in the middle of nothing and have a perfectly strong signal, but the signal drops to almost nothing. Yeah, we're going to lose it again here. It's down in the 200, 300 range instead of the 1,000 range. Oh, come on.
Yakima cherries, Walla Walla onions, Yakima apples, and Vincent says, take care of my girl.
It's pronounced Yakima.
Okay, whatever. Vincent says, take care of my girl. Meaning me.
Oh, I'll take care of her. I'll take care of her. I'll make sure she gets some cherries.
Vincent is Charlene and Shelley's youngest brother. And years and years and years ago, him and I dated for a short amount of time when we lived in Germany.
Yep.
And then when we reunited for the first time after many years of being separated in Florida back in 2011, I think it was, he wanted to marry me. But I was like, sorry, too late for that, Vince.
Yep.
So, hello, hugs to Vincent.
Well, you know, back when I was a kid, would throw me and my sisters in the car, and spend the day going through the museum, and we'd go into Prosser, we'd go into Sunnyside, and we'd see all the murals that were that have been painted up. They're famous for their murals there.
That sounds interesting. I bet that was fun.
Oh yeah, we'd go to the Maryhill Museum, we'd go to the mini Stonehenge, you know, we'd go all over the place. My grandmother took us everywhere in the summertime.
You were very fortunate. Some people never go anywhere
Right?
or experience those things, you know? Woo.
we get going. We don't really, on a lot of loads, on a majority of loads, we do not have the time to stop for anything. And a lot of people just don't understand that, or just don't realize that that's what's really, how it really works out here. You know?
Well, I'm getting an education. Must be a lot of buffering because you're getting no comments.
Oh no, they're there, and we're not buffering at all now. We're up at 2,600. We're up at 2,600 kilobytes per second.
There hasn't been a comment for 4 minutes.
There hasn't been a comment for 4 minutes. You're just worried about the comments. How about we worry about what's out and around us? What do you see?
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful area.
Right.
But as your co-pilot, you asked me to keep tabs on the comments because you're not able to read them while you're driving.
Right, but you can always
And I'm trying to do both.
do the sightseeing and that at the same time. You don't have to constantly be in the comment. I'm not, you know, take some time to soak in what's around you.
I am. The areas that were the most beautiful, my eyes would not stay off the scenery. And that was yesterday.
truck all the way back to the speedway, even though I couldn't
Yes.
see through the windshield at all?
Yes.
Yeah. Now keep in mind, I did get out, and you take about the size of a dollar bill. I had cleaned off I was able to the size of a dollar bill right in front of my driver's seat, so I was kind of hunched down, staring through that little clean spot on the windshield the entire way.
Charlene says he was correct. He was referencing being a good friend. No, that was crazy.
Deer,
Dear, where?
you didn't see it standing on the hill about to run down?
Apparently not. You have much better eyes than I do. You're like a really good spotter.
Well, you know, after 24 years and probably more than 300 or 400 large animal strikes with a semi truck, you tend to figure out how to find them before they find you.
Well, when that whole egg incident went down, that's when I was actually in the hospital with pneumonia.
I know.
And I was watching the live streams, or trying to watch the live streams.
Yeah, and you thought it was crazy when I said we were chased all the way back to the speedway
By a
that day
helicopter.
by the police in the helicopter
Yeah, that
and the
was
police
nuts.
on the ground. Oh yeah, they chased us all the way back to the speedway. They didn't pull it. Sure, we weren't going anywhere but back to the speedway.
Well, I know Bandit was egged right in the face.
Yep, I got one in the face when we made our first pass around.
He was egged in the face, the chest, and the rear end.
I didn't get out of my truck. I knew better. The first egg that came my way, I was in the middle of trying to get my window up and it didn't get up fast enough, and that first egg bounced off my cheek. And
So you took an egg to the cheek?
Yeah, I did. It was interesting though, because I had my mouth open, so my cheek was kind of a little more soft and had more of a spring to it. So the egg literally bounced off, but was breaking and became an eggy mess as it was going back out the window.
Oh my goodness.
The second egg that came through my window, I caught in my right hand and threw it right back at the guy's face that threw it at me in the. That's probably why I ended up than anybody else did.
Yeah, you caught the egg and let him have it back.
Yep.
They weren't expecting that.
And if I'd have thought about it, I should have grabbed that. I've got that leaf blower back here.
Right?
I should have 120 to 160 miles per.
Oh man, that would have been a sight to see if you had a leaf blower and you were blowing eggs right back at all.
But you didn't let me finish. On regular, it blows 120 to 160 miles an hour, but if you hit the boost button, it gets up to 260 miles an hour.
Whoa.
So yes, I would have been launching the eggs right back at them without them even hitting my truck. It would that kind of force will actually catch that egg and launch it back the other way while it's still in flight another deer. The deer like to come out and eat this the yellow broom. We call it the broom. The broom is in bloom.
That's sweet broom.
Yup, the broom is in bloom.
I used to have that shrub in my garden in California. Sweet broom. It comes in different colors.
Yup.
Yellow is the most prominent. It also comes in pink and purple
Yup,
and white.
but the deer absolutely love that flower. Says he was correct, so it had to do with me being a honorable man and giving you a ride and helping a friend out. I've got 1,000 kilobytes, 2,000 kilobytes per second. We're good. Might have been a little spotty back there a little bit, but we're back up. that. That just has to do with the cell signals available. Keep in mind, we're in motion, so. Now, if I had an I could go stuff put on my truck so that I week right here, I would never notice because my cell extra booster that costs like, but between the little piece of technological equipment and the antenna needed and all, and the installation and everything, you're looking at a little right around $1,000 to put it all in. I don't have that kind of money. Not right now.
In today's economy, there's a lot of us that don't spare, if any.
What do you mean cash? There's a lot of us that don't have much cash to spare. I'm a truck driver and I'm on a top ramen diet. That's what I can afford. Top ramen or cup of noodles.
Because the economy that we're living in right now, with the gas prices going sky high and the food costs going sky high, this is the economy that they created. They want our economy to go defunct.
Yeah. Now, with the fuel prices so high, the freight rates are so low that I'm literally paying to deliver these loads instead of getting paid half the time. Okay, but they're going to turn around and say, well, you know what? That's false. Maybe the broker is charging more and cutting the throat of the trucker to go for the same loads. And our fuel prices have gone sky high. Like yesterday, we were at a little truck stop in the middle of nowhere, California.
9 cents for diesel fuel.
$7.29 a gallon for diesel fuel there.
$7.29.
Yep.
And we took a photograph of that. There's what, the first week being in office?
First day.
First day. Dependent upon other countries again. That was intentional. Why?
First day in office,
Why would you want to ever do that?
First day in office, he put us right in. The first day in office, he put us right in Putin's pocket. First day in office, when he closed the pipelines and closed down more than 75% of the oil refineries, he put us in Putin's pocket to buy it from Russia. So who was really in bed with Russia?
Shut down.
Want to push the Green New
You
Deal?
know, listen, Warren Buffett, we all know who Warren Buffett is, right?
Yes.
Warren Buffett, okay? When they
the ramp ahead.
You gotta move, Sid. Oh, man, my knees.
Actually, I'm going to go to this one over here on the other side.
Whatever's easiest.
It will be easier because the one over here on the other side of the highway is brand new and it's built better. This one here is a pain in the butt. It's cramped, it's tiny, and it's hard to get around it. And I'm not talking about the inside of the building. I'm talking about when you bring a semi-truck through it. Is that one on this side over here? That,
Turn left at
like
the
I said,
traffic
that one over
light.
there is brand new. The one that I just decided not to go to is that one's been there for 50, 60 years. They've never updated the parking or anything. Sorry, a little heavy on the brakes there.
Good. I'm good.
Now, watch my spot meter and this little spot meter over here when we go around that circle. And tell me why in the world anybody would put circles on truck routes. Especially ones that might be 2 lanes wide.
You know who I feel sorry for is those truckers that are hauling like 2 and 3 trailers on the back.
Oh, the double and triple trailers, they actually follow along a lot better and they curve a lot better than a solid one-piece trailer does. Oh, yes. Where's his trailer?
Almost on the curb.
No, he is on the curb. Watch. See where my nose is?
Yes.
Okay. Now watch that mirror and this mirror.
You're on the curb too.
Right. And if it was 2 lanes, I am now I'm now sitting across 2 lanes at that
Yeah,
point.
and you can hit someone in the car.
Well, that's why every single one of those stupid circles that has 2 lanes has signs beforehand. Do not
When possible,
ride
make a
next to
U-turn,
semi-trucks
then
in
take the
circle.
first right.
But somehow it's always the trucker's fault if that car gets hit.
I'm actually going to turn this off for now.
Well, duh, because you're going to go
Yeah.
you're going to go run in and take care of your business.
Man, I'm using my dad.
That's actually pretty good for the day so far. Going to the scale, I find a spot that I can just...
Don't be off.
I'm going to get behind this guy right here. Back of a semi-truck, right? Give me a second, luggage out of the way so you can get out.
Sooner the better, brother.
Oh, I know.
Sid thinks he's getting out. No, Sid, you can't get out right now. You have to stay in the truck. Stay in your little passenger seat.
That is why we don't give him water while driving. Parked, I don't need my sunglasses on, so I can read the comments now. Well, you know, the Taco Bell is actually inside this truck stop, so we are stopped at Taco Bell. Why this guy over here is backing up. He's so cockeyed, he's gonna hit the pumps if he doesn't figure something out here. That says it all right there, his license plate. Guy next to us here that's backing out of the fuel island, what he is doing is actually illegal. If a police officer were to see him doing that, or if he were to cause some kind of accident doing that, he could get arrested. It is illegal to back a semi-truck out of a fuel island because the risks are just too high. Mexican pizza. You know, Papa John's actually makes a really, really good Mexican pizza. That's why I didn't move. That is exactly why I didn't move. I was about to go forward before you walked out here. And I decided not to because he was going to run across my path. And now the person that he couldn't wait to get around is already left. That is how ignorant some people are. Look at him gun it now. He's mad because he just realized that that truck that was in front of him is the one that's just pulling out. Come on, grab the beer.
Turn right at the stop sign.
Stop. And the fuel price here today for diesel is $5.99.9, so that means it's $6 a gallon, as opposed to the $7.20 over there. Because
the same price if you're paying either way.
because the fuel station gets charged a fee for electronic funds pays. Doesn't matter if you're paying with your debit card, credit card, or company fuel card. There are massive transaction fees involved. That's why there's a difference between cash
Turn left on I-5 north.
and electronic. And those fees all go to the banks. It's all the banks. I don't know why they deserve that fee, because it's all done electronically through a computer system. There are no people involved. In other words, they don't have to pay anybody
Right.
to sit there and approve things, right?
Well, so many of our jobs today are computerized.
Right. But with the amount of money that they're charging for these fees, they've done paid for that computer system that runs those fees in the first, or that runs those transactions in the first place, a million times over. It's all about greed.
As I said earlier, the 1% get richer and richer. The working class gets poorer and poorer. And that's the economy they designed on purpose. Right, Sid, with your little
Continue
right
on
in front of you,
I-5.
Sid.
Yep. Taco Bell puts cocoa powder in the meat to make it look brown. Just like when you go to Arby's. If you go to Arby's and you get a roast beef, you know their old style roast beef sandwich, the RBQ or whatever, that roast beef, that's not actually meat. That is not actually meat. That is the way it's done. They take a very, very large can, kind of like a can of vegetables can. It's actually animal blood, the blood of the cow, and then they'll sit there and boil it after, so that it's sausages, basically like a blood sausage. That a roast beef. So how does that sound?
That sounds scrumpalicious.
I know this because I worked at one when I was a teenager. Granted, I only worked there a couple of months, but it was enough that I learned everything about it. And that was before they started doing their deli cut sandwiches, like doing the Reuben and other deli sandwiches,
Just boycott fast food. That's what I've pretty much done. Boycott them all.
It's not fast food, it's fat food. Fat
Yeah.
food, because it's all fake food. Just like Starbucks. You can take the tall cup, the medium cup, or whatever, the grande. Tall, grande, and venti.
Yeah.
You fill the tall all the way up to the top, and then you pour that, every bit of it, into the grande. And guess what? It fills all the way to the top. You take that grande and you fill it into the venti, and guess what? It all fills all the way up to the top. So the tall holds exactly the same amount of fluid as the grande,
As the venti.
and the tall also holds the exact same amount of fluid as the venti. The venti.
Because it's an illusion.
They're making how much money? They're making extra profit off of the same amount of fluid in a
70
vente?
70-cent profit off of the grande and $1.20 profit off of the venti per cup.
$1.20 extra profit on a vente versus a tall.
Because the average price of a tall coffee at Starbucks is $2.95. So just round it up.
You were there here a couple weeks ago.
I was asleep when we drove through here with Zach.
No, you weren't.
You weren't?
You went to that building right there. That is the Capitol building sticking up above the trees.
Oh, Olympia, Washington. Oh,
Yes. fart particle. If you can smell the fart through your mask, that virus is getting right through. It's common sense. softball.
Yeah.
It's amazing that something that small puts out that much urine.
Well, the kidneys are what gets all the toxins out of your body anyway.
Right.
Everything that goes into your body.
Well, actually, let me rephrase what I said.
Go ahead.
It is amazing how something so small can filter out all that crap that the people in this country have decided is okay for us to keep continually putting in our bodies.
Yeah. Well, the pharmaceuticals especially are either filtered out of your body through your liver or through your kidney.
Both. With pharmaceuticals, it's both. With alcoholic drinks, it's your liver.
Yep.
And any of the waste liquid after the alcoholic drink, it does end up going through the kidneys. But everything hits your liver first, then it goes to your kidneys. The liver only filters out certain things, and that's why the stuff that gets filtered out of the pharmaceuticals, it all gets taken out by the liver.
Not all of it. Some are excreted through the kidney.
No, it all still hits the kidney, but the fact remains that it really beats up the liver first. It's just like that those pills that they tried to put out there for everybody to cure their acne. There's a reason that when you were on those, that they have you come in every week and get kidney and liver function tests.
All right, I know that while you're driving, you're not able to see the comments. And I know you've been talking about more about the kidney and the liver and how things are excreted from our bodies. And we had a couple more comments on, let's see.
I'm not a doctor.
No. Jen, we have comments basically saying that people don't drink alcohol often, seldom more than 2 drinks. Jen Simpson, I just do a little club soda and limes. Otherwise, I like deep any sweet tea vodka with a little lemonade. Violet the Lazy Texan piped in and talked about Maryland news. Maryland legislator gives price
or one shot of hard liquor, it takes 1 hour for your to go through your system completely and be gone. So if you have 12 of them, there's 12 hours that you're sitting and you're still drunk.
Right. Well, that's like when you did the interview with X-Ray with Colorado.
Right.
And you went out to dinner with him and you had the one beer and he asked you, are you going to be getting back on the road? You were like, no, I'm done. I'm going to stay parked.
Yep. See, when we first decided to do that, I hadn't planned on having a beer. And then we sat in the bar and we ordered, and I said, fine, I'll have one. Because right before that, I still had another 3.5 to 4 hours that I could have drove that day. Originally, I had planned on just stopping, having a quick lunch with him or dinner, and moving on, But it turned into a lot more than that. So the second I ordered a beer, I'd already decided that I was going to stay there for the night anyway.
Yeah.
Cigarette went out.
Okay, back to some of the comments. Let's see. If you're not able to read them, well, Grave said something about carbonation is so hard to give up. D-Roz, let me see if I can pronounce this word correctly. You're talking about liver and toxins in your body. MTHFR gene methylation defect, then your body cannot filter out the toxins as well as it's supposed to. Then you need help to support the methylation. That's an interesting fact. I'm not aware of that. I've never even heard of that defect in someone's body.
That's interesting.
It is very interesting. Might be education on from D-Roz. And Krista actually just responded to D-Roz saying that she does it as well. And low count, they both can affect how your body processes medications, making them more or less effective, causing even more side effects. That must be very difficult to live with.
I do know a lot about biology and the way things work in the human body, especially in the immune system and things like that. At one point in time when I was younger, I did want to be a doctor. Life didn't let me go that way, so whatever. But I will say this. I am not a doctor. I play one on Facebook.
Right?
I don't even have a Facebook, so there you go.
Well, I'm curious to know, D-Roz, what does the MTHFR stand for? Is that an abbreviation for what?
Yeah, what is MTHF?
MTHFR gene methylation defect.
Yeah,
I've never heard of that in my life.
what is that? What is that exactly? What does it stand for?
Yeah.
Because it sounds like it's an abbreviation.
For something, right? And Kristen knows exactly what she's talking about because she said she has that as well. And like it said, it can affect how your body processes medications, making them more or less effective, causing more side effects.
I might have that because over the years, with certain injuries and things, it became certainly clear that, like pain medications, if I need pain medications, they literally have to go to like the top end of the opioids, the biggest Percocet that you can get before it even starts touching my pain. Vicodins don't work in my system. Vicodin will make me extremely hyper, but it won't kill my pain at all. Also, like when it comes to my allergies, there are so many allergy medications out there that work for everybody, right? Most of them don't do anything for me. There's a lot of medications that we have found throughout time that don't do what they're supposed to do in my system. Like years ago, I had an accident and they gave me muscle relaxers to get my muscles to relax and let my spine get back into place naturally.
Right.
It did nothing. It didn't do anything.
I agree with you 100%, Krista. Krista said she didn't want to be a doctor, but life made me learn to be my own as well as my daughter's as far as advocating and demanding treatment or refusing treatment.
Well,
that is so true. I've had to do the exact same thing for myself with my chronic kidney disease because the doctors don't always tell you. You have to advocate for yourself and do your own research.
well, the other part of that is nobody else legally is allowed to advocate for you unless you've given them power of attorney. So, if you haven't given anybody a power of attorney for your medical services, then the only person that can advocate for you is you, which means to be the educated person
Right.
about what is wrong with you.
Yep.
Whether it's a broken arm or a kid or a bad kidney or you know, some kind of weird disease, or you know, if you have MS or something, whatever it is, you need to become the expert in that thing that you have, so that when you're dealing with the doctors, you're not dealing with just the pharmaceutical company that's telling that doctor what he has to prescribe. Because today, it's not about the doctors anymore, it's all about the pharmaceuticals.
Well, that's like when I began going to nephrologists, kidney specialists, because of my kidney disease, and I would ask them questions. A lot of times they wouldn't even answer my questions.
Yep.
You know, they're supposed to be the specialists in their field, being a nephrologist or kidney doctor, and be knowledgeable, but yet they don't want to take the time to answer the patient's questions about their illness or their disease. So I had to be the one, in my own time, to dig and research, and figure out what I could do.
Your answer just came in.
My answer just came in.
What that abbreviation was.
My answer to that abbreviation. Heck. Hang on, let me try to read this. Oh my gosh, I can't even say it. Wow, that's long.
Yep.
Methylene tetrahydrofolate reductase, which is usually a gene mutation and not a defect. I misspoke. You'll have to research it. I learned of it by doing a 23andMe. Prior to that, Krista did say that yes, Black Wolf, you should have genetic testing regarding the P450 liver enzyme mutations. She's sick of the way she's treated because of reactions you were talking about with her chronic pain and her narcolepsy. Thank you so much for telling us, providing the answer for what that stood for. That is one long, seriously long word. And I think I'm pronouncing it fairly well. Methylene tetrahydrofolate reductase. So it's a gene mutation, not a gene defect.
Yeah.
Alright.
But you know what's interesting? So
We're getting an education here this morning.
when I was born, my mother was going to WSU up here in Washington State. Yes, I did track that. Since we're moving slow.
Okay.
But my mother was going to WSU college here when she was pregnant with me. She somehow didn't even know she was pregnant with me because she didn't even gain any baby belly or anything. And so during Easter break, she flew home to Michigan to be with family for the Easter break, the Easter holiday, and ended up going into labor. I was born in Mount Sinai Hospital, Wayne County, Detroit, Michigan. She never labeled my father on the birth was not married. I only met my dad, my biological father, a couple of times when I was really young. The last time I'd actually seen him for a 2-hour time frame was I was around 9 years old. His family, on his side, has never acknowledged my existence.
That's sad.
And this is just somebody that my mother says was my biological father. So even today, I have no proof that he's my biological father. I did not the 23andMe, but the other one, the family tree one, that's done through, I think the Mormon Church kind of runs it. What's it called?
Oh, when you get your DNA tested to complete it.
Right.
DNA testing.
Well, it was a family tree system, and then they started to do the DNA stuff. And so, on my mother's side of the family, everybody's distantly related through France and Germany and stuff. Okay, and Northern Europe. But shockingly, my genetics come back showing that I am close to 75% Eastern European Jewish. And I'm like, wait, what? Possible. Because she never knew the heritage of who he is or whatever. But I'm still up in the air like, well, gee, the only people that seem to show up on my genetics, being connected to in the world, all seem to connect to my mother's side of the family, not my father's side. So I don't even have to anybody on my father's side just to really find out who he was, as far as whether it was really the guy she claimed or whether it was somebody else.
Right. So you may never know.
But it was kind of a shock to find my genetics are supposedly 75% Eastern European Jewish, which probably explains the reason why I absolutely love to be constantly traveling and behind the wheel of a semi-truck, because guess what? I'm a bit of a gypsy.
And there were a lot of gypsies that were of Jewish descent.
Most of them came from the Jews in the first place.
Yes.
If you follow history and the Bible.
Yes. And a lot of gypsies were actually killed in the concentration camps.
Yep.
May I interrupt you? What is that big white dome over there with the flag on the top?
That's the Tacoma Dome.
What is the Tacoma Dome?
That was every major concert I ever went to when I was a kid. Waking up at like 6 or 7 in the evening the day before, while my dad might be home asleep, or maybe I'll get up at 2 in the morning the day before, and I'd push the little Datsun pickup down the road far enough that I could start it without him hearing it, and I'd take off, and I'd be at a big ass concert. Because it's like, back then the speed limit was still only 55, and it was like a 6-hour drive to go from the family farm over to here.
So when you say your dad, was meaning your stepdad?
He's my adopted dad. So
okay.
when I was about 3, the state took me away from my mother for very good reasons, because I've read the public documents on it. I was put into foster care for about 1.5 years. She then had married a farmer out here in eastern Washington. She was supposed to take these classes to get me back from the state.
Like parental classes that a lot of parents are made to take?
Right.
And custody of their kids?
Right. And she did not take the classes. He did. He went and he took the classes. So when I was about 4.5 years old, I was moved out of foster care and into their care on the farm. And within 6 months, I had been legally adopted. Most of my name had been, my first name is still the same, but my middle and last name had been changed.
Oh, fantastic.
And he adopted me. And even when they got divorced, when I was about 13, we ended up staying, me and my two half-sisters, we stayed in his custody.
Well, he must have been a fantastic man then.
He was literally the first man in Washington State to successfully get custody of the children in a divorce.
Wow, that's fantastic. That's phenomenal.
And most of that was due to me. Because at 13, I had the right to choose through a guardian ad litem. And I had uncovered, I found a whole bunch of suicide letters written to each and every one of us that my mother had written.
Really?
She had gone off the deep end, and that's why they had split up in the first place, because she was spiraling, and it had a lot to do with her drug habits. I've never known her to be sober a day in my life.
That's really sad. I'm sorry to hear that.
So, that being said, I had taken those letters, and I took them in and I gave them to the guardian ad litem, and I said, this right here explains exactly why we need to be under my dad's care and not my mother's. And it was 2 weeks later that inheritance whatsoever. Well, you know what? I don't care.
Yeah.
I said, I will do a DNA test if I have to, and I went and did one. And to this day, they still have not.
Maybe that's the reason why then. That's really sad.
Yep.
I'm sorry that you gone through that. I believe that your biological father died in such a horrible manner.
Yep. But when it comes to how I was raised, my mother was not really an influence in my life. You know, she was there when I was growing up little, before they got divorced, but the biggest thing was, you know, my dad would be out in the field working on the farm, and my mother would be in bed changing the TV channels with her toes. So, and even after the divorce, the major influences in my life were my dad and his parents, my grandparents.
So your mother never really had anything to do with you growing up?
No, she really didn't. She really didn't. As long as she had her Coca-Cola and her cigarettes and her TV, she never got out of bed.
That makes me really sad too. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
And you have Krista and Jen.
Be in any of the 4 right lanes.
Broken hearts and sad faces and D-Ross, and that's so sad, and I'm so sorry.
Well, you know, we all come from somewhere. Everything
We all
that
have a
happens,
story. We all have a story.
everything that happens in your life from beginning to end shapes who you are.
Exactly.
There is a reason I strive to be better every day. I don't want to be my mother.
Right.
Continue on I-5.
And, you know, a lot of times it's an everyday struggle. You know, my mother was a pathological liar. She still is. And it just baffles me how my dad could remarry her after all these years. But he did.
Oh, they were remarried?
Yep. See, what happened was they got divorced. My mother got married to a friend of mine that was only about 7 years older than me.
What?
Yep.
Can you say that again? Your mom got remarried to somebody 7 years older than you that was your friend?
Yep.
Wow.
Well, there was a period of time there where she made a habit of sleeping with all of my friends.
Wow.
So she ends up married to one of them who happens to be about 7 years older than me. My dad ended up meeting somebody and they got married. My stepmother died when my children were about 4 and 5, 6 years old. No, about 4 and 5. They were 4 and 5 years old when she died. She had a massive heart attack. And it was only a week after having had heart surgery. And then my stepfather also died of a massive heart attack. Found out he'd had heart defects from birth, didn't know about. So a couple months later, my dad gets in a motorcycle accident because a German Shepherd from one of the neighbors ran out and took out his front wheel coming around a curve. My dad ended up killing the dog, putting the bike down, totaling the bike, and he busted 7 ribs and punctured a lung.
Oh my goodness, you had a lot of loss of trauma then.
So he's in the middle of recovering in the hospital, and none of us kids were in a place at the time that we could offer any kind of help.
To help him with his recovery after the accident.
Right. So every one of us, including my 2 stepsisters from my stepmother, we all agreed, because my mother was available and the only one that had the time, because she's never held a job in her life anyway. beyond belief.
Well, that's
You know,
understandable.
the people that spread lies about other people just to make themselves bigger and better piss me off. And that's one of the biggest reasons I don't do those things.
Right. Again, like I said, you broke the cycle. Everything that you despised,
That's
you
also
changed it.
that's also one of the biggest reasons my mother has only ever seen my children 4 times in their entire life, and she never saw them until they were at least 7 years old. Because at 7 years old, they were old enough to understand what we would tell them before seeing her.
at
other people can
154
see what
on the
kind
right
of smooth
to I-405 north,
tongued
then
snakes
keep
that
right. Be in the
that
right
some of them are
lane.
listening to.
But you know what? I mean, I'm a firm believer that all lies will always be exposed. So if people are deceptive, people are trying to be deceptive and portray themselves as someone that they're not, eventually they will be found out.
Yep.
And usually they will expose themselves.
Oh yeah, they'll eventually get exposed, but you know, whether they're in politics or whether they're, you know, trying to fight against what is going on in the politics,
Continue
or
on
pretending
I-405.
to be fighting against. It doesn't matter what side they're on. The fact is that they are a silver-tongued snake,
Yes.
and people just don't see it. And I feel
But
really
they'll all be
sorry for those
judged.
people that don't see it.
They'll all be judged. They may not be judged here on earth, but when they go to meet their maker up in heaven and they have to stand before him,
The other thing
they
is,
shall be judged.
if you are doing what's right, if you are
You never
truly
have to worry.
if you are truly doing what's right, then why in the world would you have to hide it after the fact?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why? There's no reason to hide anything if you've done what's right. That's why I leave all my videos up. I have not done anything wrong. I don't have any bad intentions in any way, shape, or form.
Well,
My videos will stay up there for everybody to see it
Well, I
because
mean, just from my knowing you since March, meeting you in Hagerstown, I know that you are not a vindictive person. You're not vengeful. You don't seek revenge. You just want justice for what's right.
I may dream about being vengeful and seeking
Well,
revenge,
don't
but
we
that
all?
doesn't
But
mean
you're not
that I
gonna. Yeah,
can
you
do
don't
it.
execute it. You're not gonna go out there, and start tearing people up, or you know. Anyways, going to some of the comments.
other things, we had to drive all the way down to the Tri-Cities to go get stuff anyway. So we'd be down in the Tri-Cities for a weekend and I wouldn't have any problems, but we'd get back up on the farm and I'd have problems.
Yeah, 'cause that was a major source of your allergies, was being on the farm.
Right. So I'm about 16 years old, and we've got a field of peas that is ready to be cut down and piled into rows so it can dry, so that we can harvest the seed out of the peas. I'm in the swather.
What's a swather?
A swather is kind of like a combine, but what it does, instead of thrashing it and getting the seed out, it cuts down the crop and lumps it into a row so that it can sit there and dry.
Okay. So basically a swather is a machine.
Yeah, it's a big machine. You know, I'm on the swather and I'm going down the field one direction with the wind at my back, so it's all the dust that's coming up while I'm doing the swathing is being pushed away from me. I hit the bottom of the field, turned around and started coming back, and within the first 20 feet I couldn't see, I couldn't breathe.
Oh my goodness.
My dad had to throw me in the back of the pickup, and he flew as fast as he could into Othello, Washington, to the doctor there.
So you had a serious reaction, allergic reaction that almost killed you?
That was the last time I was able to do anything on the farm.
Wow. That is serious.
Shortly after that, I had my own apartment in the Tri-Cities and was finishing high school on my own while I was cooking in restaurants all night long. You know, I started out at a couple of fast food places, and then I ended up at Red Lobster. I started out as a dishwasher at Red Lobster, then I ended up the fry cook, and eventually was the headline cook, the headline chef.
So even if you had wanted to stay, basically even if you had wanted to stay on the farm and continue farming with your dad, you would not have been able to, because
I couldn't.
the allergies could have at some point literally killed you.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
You had no choice then.
When your eyes swell shut and you look like somebody has been punching you in the eyes, you know, and you've got snot hanging down to your knees, and you can't breathe, that's life-threatening.
Oh yeah, that definitely is.
Okay. So anyway, when I turned 13 and my allergies started becoming a thing for me,
What's that noise?
that's the high-speed fan to help cool down the coolant in the radiator.
Oh, well they might not be able to hear over that.
They can hear me. They can hear me. The allergies. So even today, I have an issue with it. What it looks like is I got kind of raccoon eyes. Okay.
Yeah.
Everything, all the skin around the outside of my eyelids, everything gets really dark colored during spring through fall. In the winter time, I look perfectly normal. But spring through fall, with the dark circles around my eyes, even in school, you know, I was constantly put in drug abuse classes and all kinds of stuff because they thought I was on drugs. I had never tried any drugs a day in my life until after I got out of high school in the first place. I had never tried any and didn't want to at the time.
Oh, so that's like why, like now, like I mean, when I first met you and everything, all those dark circles under your eyes, I thought you were tired and lack of sleep. It's not that. It's allergies.
It's not tired and lack of sleep. It's allergies.
Oh.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep.
Can you meet people
Throughout my entire, I've had people that met me and trash.
That's unfortunate that they judge you like that.
There were plenty to get a job that I was more qualified than any other person that applied,
Yeah.
and I was cast aside
Ostracized or ousted
just because of the way I look.
Well, you know what? If that's the case, then you weren't meant to work in that position anyway.
Exactly.
You weren't meant to be there and be their employee.
Exactly. You know?
Oh, you cannot. You cannot.
It's what's on the inside. You know, that's why there are people in my life that I fall in love with. And I mean, I fall head over heels me from being beat up or thrown into trash cans or locked into lockers. You know.
So you were bullied.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Bullied a lot. So you really have overcome a lot of obstacles, and a lot of hurt and betrayal in your life.
You know what's funny?
Mistreatment. Mistreatment's a good word. Mistreatment, abuse.
I got a couple of friends from high school that I stay in touch with.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry, people. I'm not really looking at the comments right now because I'm actually very much interested in what Black people are sharing. I've never heard these stories before, so I'm trying not to interrupt by looking at the comments and reading.
yeah. So anyway, I have a couple of friends from high school that I've stayed in touch with over the years,
Right?
off and on. And when I joined the Convoy, one of my
In the
friends
left
calls
lane.
up and you'll say and said, "You will never guess who just called me and asked if I could put them in touch with you." Everybody in school knew exactly how much torture this one person put me through.
Okay, so wait a minute. I'm not following along. Okay, so when you first joined the Convoy, you had friends from high school.
I still have a couple of friends from high school that I've stayed in touch with.
Okay, and so one of your friends from high school reached out to you.
One of my friends from high school reached out to me and said, "You will never guess who just called me and asked if I could put them in touch with you."
Was he the one that bullied you the most?
He was my biggest bully.
And
So-
why did he want to reach out and talk to you?
I'm in the Convoy and I'm doing all this, and I'm thinking the whole time for a couple of weeks.
Continue
I'm
on
thinking about it,
405.
and I'm tossing the idea, and I'm not sure I really want to even associate with the guy.
Right, because of the memories of what he did to you and how he treated you.
Right. And finally, I put on my man jeans and I called him.
Uh-huh.
And he says, "I see you in the Convoy." I don't even have a Facebook, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's pictures of me that floated around and stuff like that from the very beginning, but
Well, at one time you had Facebook, so they basically annihilated you overnight without warning and kicked you
Yeah,
off of Facebook, right?
but I wasn't really pushing too much Convoy stuff. See, I was kicked off of Facebook the day after the election,
Oh, okay.
and I was not allowed back on until I got an email from Facebook this last Christmas season that
Gotcha.
I could make an account again, but I couldn't have my old one because they had deleted it.
Gotcha.
So I made another one, and I had very little on there because I was still very weary of all of that Facebook BS. So anyway, as soon as I started posting any Convoy stuff, and then getting doxxed on Twitter, here's their Facebook's last excuse. When I got doxxed on Twitter, the stuff that went out on Twitter about me,
Yeah.
because a lot of snapshots had been taken from my Facebook, they deleted my account again. Stuff that happened on Twitter got my Facebook deleted.
That's crazy. That just goes to show you how.
And the
how
thing is, I didn't even have a
social
Twitter.
Media platform crap is.
I didn't even have a Twitter. I haven't had a Twitter since the election too, because I got kicked off of that also, and I've
Yeah.
never signed back up.
Yeah.
choice to never seek a conversation.
And I'm sure that was a good, that was probably closure for you in a way.
Maybe, I don't know. I really don't know what I felt about it. I still don't.
Yeah.
Because here we are, we're not teenagers anymore.
Right.
I'm almost 50 years old.
Right.
I've had a whole lot of life between then and now.
Yeah, but some things in our lives, they leave wounds and we repress them and we don't even realize that we're wounded in that area.
I'm not wounded. I may limp.
Yeah.
I may limp a little here and there sometimes. My shoulder is killing me sometimes.
It doesn't have to be
I'm not
physical.
wounded.
It can be emotional scars and wounds.
I don't have emotions. How can I be scarred?
Oh, yeah, you're so emotionless, Black Wolf. Yeah.
I don't have emotions. How can I be scarred?
Yeah. You're like a cold stone walking around. That's why so many people like you and love you.
No, I have some seriously strong beliefs and convictions.
Well, I think that's important to have strong beliefs and strong, as opposed to being like, somebody that's like a yo-yo and they get, swayed back and forth. Or, being a shaft, what is it, a wind shaft in the wind, and the wind comes and blows one direction, and so you go from one direction to the next, get whipped around every which way.
Yeah.
It's better to have strong convictions and beliefs and know what your convictions and beliefs are and stand up for them.
Right?
That's how, that's another reason why we're in this state that we're in today, because so many people have been persuaded to think what others believe and think and not do their own critical thinking and stand up for what they believe is right or wrong.
One thing that really, really gets me though, all that bullying that I went through in school growing up, right? All that bullying that I went through.
Yeah. What about it?
I grew up on a farm. I had access to guns at all times,
Okay.
right? I had access to them at all times. I could do anything I wanted with them at any time I wanted. And I did. A lot, But all of that bullying I went through, and never once did I ever think, yeah, I know, I would love to have that little Willie's Jeep right
There's
there.
your Jeep.
There's your Jeep, Jen. I just passed your Jeep here. But never once did I ever think about taking any of those into school
And blowing somebody
and
up.
using them in anger. Never. Never once did I ever think about that. And what's really funny is after I got into the Army, a couple of years after I'd been in the Army, the news comes out about that school shooting, the first high school shooting in the country's history, supposedly, by the way, because I know for a fact there were other school shootings long before that, like in LA and Chicago.
Are you referencing Columbine?
No, I'm referencing Moses Lake.
I don't remember.
Moses Lake was the first high school shooting nationally publicized and televised.
When was that?
That was just a couple years after I got out of high school and into the Army.
Oh, I must have been living in Germany at the time.
You must have been in Germany at the
I don't
time.
remember ever hearing about Moses Lake.
Moses Lake, and that was only 30 miles north of where I grew up.
Uh-huh.
And it was really stupid. It's a farming community. At the time, it wasn't really a big city. It was more still a farming community. What has happened to change people's way of thinking? Other than the fact that that was the same election year that we ended up with a lot of stupid changes in our laws in the state of Washington that year.
Well, don't you think that we've also become so desensitized? I mean, look at, for example, video games, right? Look at all the violence in video games.
I don't understand why any of it. I played video games growing up. I play all the violent ones. My favorite ones are the violent ones.
Yeah, but they've become more violent since...
No, they haven't.
I think so.
They still are the same amount of violence. There is no difference between violence then and violence now in the video games. The difference is the graphics are better.
Well, all I know is I was a teenager in the 80s. And I remember like Atari, Pac-Man. Those were like the big thing then, playing Atari. I don't remember
game. You know, those were still violent, although the graphics were so very basic. And the actions were so very
You're a
basic.
later generation than I am.
I grew up with those same things. The first gaming system I ever had was an Atari. As a matter of fact, I even had a Texas Instruments little computer keyboard thing that you attached to the TV. We had some basic games, and we played like Moon Trail.
Skiing with my brother, doing the ping pong.
Right, ping pong. We did all those with
The
Pac-Man.
battleship. I don't remember like having a gun attachment to our Atari and like shooting at crap
Right.
on our Atari screen.
Right, but those were
1.5
the
miles.
progression
Take
from
exit
what
23
those were at
on
the
the right
time
to
to
Washington
the type of
522
violence we have in
East.
our video games now was a matter of just a couple of years,
And that's what I'm
literally.
trying- that's what I'm
Because
trying
when
to
they
say.
came from the Atari to the Nintendo, and then you
Yeah.
had the Sega, the graphics were crap, but the violence was there. And even on computers, the video games on computers were far better in graphics, and they were far more violent. And I played them all.
That's what
Okay.
I'm saying. My generation, the 80s, the progression between the 80s and the 90s
Right.
became more
But
rampant
from
in
that,
the 90s.
from the 90s to now, the type of violence and the amount of violence in the video games is no different. The only difference is that the graphics and the speed at which things are processed has gotten better, and the fact that
More realistic.
you now can play the same game with thousands of other people at the exact same time instead of playing against a computer.
Yeah, and you don't think that all of that has desensitized the youth of today? 'Cause I do.
It didn't desensitize me. It hasn't desensitized my children. I've made sure as a parent that my children understand that everything in there is nothing more than fantasy.
Okay, and therein lies the difference. You have taught your children, but how many children out there have no real parental?
I'd say about parental guidance at all.
Right, or how many are come from a single parent family household, or how many parents
Be in the
are
right
single
lane,
moms and
then
dads,
take the exit
that's
to
how they
Washington
allow their children to be
522 East.
entertained, 'cause they just stick in front of those video games.
Right.
And they don't teach them morals and values and ethics anymore.
The biggest problem is it's not just what the parents aren't teaching. It also
In
is
1 mile, keep right to
No.
Washington 522
no.
East.
It is our media.
Yes.
It is our media shoving this in everybody's face, glorifying it, even though it's a bad thing. They're glorifying it like it's something to be worshipped or awed. With a child's brain that's still in development, even though it's being portrayed and told that this is a bad thing, kids are seeing that and going, well, yeah, they got their revenge on people, and yeah, they have to sit in prison the rest of their lives, but nothing really happened to them. They didn't get hurt. They got their revenge. Why can't I go do that too? This mass production of the media pushing that down people's throats and beating that drum for weeks and weeks on end, making it national. You know, back in the day, something would happen at a school that might have been a little bad or dangerous, and it might make the headlines in your local area for a day, and then they would move on.
Right.
Okay.
But now they beat it. They
But
beat it
now-
over and over and over again like a dead horse.
Now they make it worldwide news, basically, instead of national. They go worldwide with it, and they beat that drum for weeks and weeks and weeks on end. So all the kids who might think that they might want to get revenge too, well, nothing's going to happen to me because it didn't happen to this guy or this guy or this guy, so I can go and get my revenge. So what if I have to sit in the jail for the rest of my life? At least I'll have a place to stay. I won't have to worry about bills, and I'll get 3 meals a day, blah, 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 right?
Yep.
There's no consequences. The government took away
Continuing
the
Washington
consequences.
522.
Well, they also started interfering with the way that people are allowed to parent their children.
That
And that
too.
has a lot to do with it as well. 'Cause
That
a lot
too.
Of it, I'm looking at a lot of the comments here that people are saying that parenting is the key word here. You know, parents are the ones that should teach your children the morals and the values as opposed to society.
The problem is most of
etc.
those parents out there today don't have morals or values themselves.
Well, there's truth in that. But again, as a society, I think, you know, the generations have been dumbed down.
There's in front of you that is decked out to the nines in the fanciest dresses and all the jewelry, and she probably showed up in a Mercedes with 2 carts full. She's got 2 carts full, and she's paying with food stamps, and you're sitting there with your 3 or 4 items. And by the way, she's got 2 carts full of hundreds and hundreds of items in the 10 item or less aisle. And when you're standing behind her with your 2 or 3, 4, 5 items, and she turns and looks at you and scoffs and stares down her nose at you like you're trash, and you're sitting there paying cash for your couple of little items, and she's paying food stamps for several $1,000s worth of food items, and then turning around and buying alcohol and beer off of the money part of the card. You know, I'm sorry. And you walk out and you're driving a Mercedes, and I'm driving some beater little Honda. Yeah, well, I work for a living and I pay the taxes, and my money went to feed your ass, and you're going to stare down your nose at me like I'm trash? That is what has happened to this country.
Well, when I lived in California, I was a youth counselor, and I worked with at-risk youth between the ages of 14 and 21. And I taught them, you know, it was a work experience program where I had to teach them all the fundamentals and basics of, you know, how to find a job, interviewing for a job retention, job skills, as well as work assessment, discovering what their values were, what they were interested in, what, you know, what they were good at or whatever. And I taught 8-hour workshops, and then I worked with these youth counseling them, helping them determine their goals, what kind of work they wanted to do. Did they want to go to college? Did they want to, you know, get involved in an apprenticeship? And some of the youth that I worked with were in gangs, and they were trying to get out of the gangs. And a lot of the ones that, you know, I worked with, that I counseled, they expected everything for nothing. Because that's kind of how society has become. They want everything handed to them, but they don't want to have to do the work for it.
Right?
And so I really had to drill into a lot of these youth. If you want something, you have to be the one to work for it. It's not going to be given to you on a silver platter.
Nothing in
You have
this
to
life
have
is
willingness,
free.
and life is not fair. There are always going to be consequences for your actions. So if you want to make something of yourself, if you want to improve your life and be better, you have to be the one internally to make that decision and to find it within yourself to make the change and create the change to improve your life. And I changed a lot of lives with these youth. I mean, a lot of the ones that I worked with, they came from a single parent family household, or they were being raised by an older sibling. There was no mother or father in the picture. They came from the inner city. They came from poor families. You know, they didn't have the financial means like so many upper middle. They were in survival mode. So many of them were just in survival mode, trying to make it from one day to the next. And they didn't have the skill sets, the social skills, or any of that stuff. So not only was I having to teach them about job retention, how to get an interview, I had to basically teach them social skills, how to interact socially in an appropriate manner.
Nothing in this life is free, and nothing in this life is fair. That are 2 things that my grandparents and my dad both made sure I fully understood while I was growing up. If you want something, get out and work for it. You know,
Yep. I used to have to get babysitting jobs. My father wouldn't even buy shampoo and stuff like that for me. My sister and I would have to go out and get babysitting jobs. If you know, if we didn't like the shampoo that my mom and dad were bringing in the house, and we wanted some other type of shampoo that was popular on the market at the time or whatever, my dad would be like, "I'm sorry, you want it, you go out there and you earn the money and you buy it yourself."
you remember when the jean jacket became so popular?
Yeah, or DoorDash jeans or like all these other
I wanted a
fads.
jean jacket so bad. I wanted a jean jacket so bad, and my dad said we don't have the money for that.
Yeah.
Because they were trying to sell them for $200 and $300 at the time because of how popular they became.
Well, anything that's a fad at the time, I mean,
So I worked my rear off,
yeah.
and I bought that jeans jacket. And the same thing with the bomber jacket when that was popular in my day in middle school and high school.
Hey, I'm going to interrupt you really quick. Somebody here is saying Malt B Cafe is the best. Take a left. So are we at an intersection going to the cafe? Unfortunately, we don't have time to go to a cafe.
We might go afterwards. Send us an address. Do you think I can fit a 78-foot long, 14-foot tall vehicle in their parking lot?
Yeah, Shelby 6355 is saying that right where, I guess where we are right now is her neck of the woods. So that's why she's encouraging us. She said she moved to this area from Montana 5 years ago. And that's why she's kind of telling us to go. Yeah, she's saying, yep.
Yeah. Can I fit a 78-foot long,
She said not
14-foot tall vehicle in their parking lot?
Yeah, I think she said not sure.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Anyway.
No.
I just took a quick glance at comments, but I'm going to go back to listening.
Yeah, you can go back and start reading them and pick something to talk about here in a bit. While you're reading, I'm going to say this.
She says depends on how many cars are there, whether you can fit or not.
Well, I don't want to take up all of their parking and make it so they can't get any other business besides me. So that might be something that we would have to do on a personal trip instead of a business trip. My grandfather always told me, don't buy anything unless you have the money to pay for it all at once. If you've got to finance something, make sure you can afford to just buy it without the financing. Go ahead and finance it so that you get a better credit rating over time. But don't, unless you've got the money to outright buy it right that minute, don't buy it. My grandfather pushed that on me so much when I was a kid, and I still live by it today.
Well, that's good. Alright, Shelby said that she thinks you could probably park on the side of the road, and she's asking why are we going to Monroe?
Well, there is a correctional institutions facility up here that needs a replenishment of their commissary for their prisoners. That is what is in my trailer, and that is what I am delivering today.
Lots of coffee and junk food.
It's all junk food, potato chips and soda pops and coffee. You know, there's nothing of real substance in it, in this load.
Yeah, no nutritional
It's all garbage
value.
food.
No nutritional value. MVK Worth said that he answers Shelby for you. Black Wolf is dropping the load.
Hey,
What kind of load are you dropping,
I'm not in the men's room. Back off.
Yeah, better not leave skid marks in those chonies of yours. No skid marks allowed. You start stinking up the truck, I'm gonna have to jump out the window and hitchhike to Portland on my own.
I'm going to deliver a load. I'm not going to drop one. Number one, number two. Number one, number two. Which one do you want? I can mail it to your house.
Can you mail it to the house? We're getting a lot of laughter in the chat right now.
No, it's
You know, going back to the what we were talking about, where if you want something, you have to earn it. So I remember when I was a young girl, I was probably 8 years old. You know, remember?
yes.
I wanted that game so bad, right? Allowance. And I wanted the game, and my dad said, if you want that game, I'm not buying
to
Right.
US 2 East toward
So, see the
Wenatchee.
prison right up there?
Yes.
That's where we're delivering.
Oh, okay.
Okay? But I literally have to go to the other end of town, around and back through to get to it because I can't take that exit. Gotta love it.
Shelby said that the cop is there checking speed. He's always there. And she said that we have to clean silly for him, excuse me, says that they have to clean the cottonwood out of their AC condenser every year. Shelby says no, you cannot take that exit.
Where I live, I have to clean the cotton out of the air intakes on the car 3 times a year.
Take the
Wow.
exit on the right to US 2 East toward
At
Wenatchee.
least 3 times a year.
Wow.
I remember when Mount St. Helens blew up out here. We got out on the family farm in eastern Washington, the area I grew up in. We actually got the absolute most asphalt out of anywhere in the world.
Really?
Yes. Yes, we did.
You have to
In
make
1
kids your
mile,
home.
turn right on
No,
North
we were
Lewis Street.
standing outside with giant garbage bags letting it fall in.
Shelby's asking where you live.
I live in the Northwest.
He doesn't want to disclose where he lives.
I live in the Northwest. That's as close as I'm going to let you know.
Yeah. I don't know, on these social media platforms like this, you really do have to be cautious, like what you disclose about yourself, because
Right.
there's so many crazies out there in the world nowadays that it's very easy for them to track you down if they want to do something.
All it takes is one prick in a Prius to come up and do something violent. I said.
And
So-
especially, I mean, like those of us that were participating and involved in the convoy,
Oh yeah.
we're still now getting repercussions and getting threats against our lives for what we did, standing up and fighting for our freedoms.
Just because we dared to fly the flag peacefully.
Yeah, I mean, look at how many freedom fingers we got along the route. Look how many people, shouted obscenities at us and told us to go home, go back where you came from, and
Turn right on North
All the
Lewis
negative-
Street.
Crawl back under your rock.
yeah, all the negativity that we received just because we wanted to stand up and fight for our freedoms and fight for what our founding fathers, gave us the rights to stand up for. We as individuals have inalienable rights. We have God-given rights. And nobody should be able to take that away from us. But yet people are okay with it. Anyway, that's a whole other story. Whoa, that was a big...
Well, it's because we're headed downhill, so the brakes, when they finally grab, they grab.
Monroe was pretty cool. Got it. Mount St. Helens. I was in the first grade in Ohio.
I was standing in the backyard watching my dad go down the field with the plow, and suddenly the ground shook so hard. My dad stopped the tractor, got out, and was trying to figure out what was wrong, and then we saw the whole top of Mount St. Helens just disappear from view.
Wow.
From the family farm, we used to be able to see Mount St. Helens perfectly clear. And after it exploded,
Nada?
you cannot see it at all from the
Nada.
family farm anymore. I remember it very clearly.
Bargain
So it
barn.
looks like the next light here, I gotta take a right.
Turn right at the traffic light.
I love thrift stores. I'd rather go to the thrift store than a mall.
Right?
Yep. Thrift stores, flea markets, yard sales, that's my thing.
Now look at this. You see how they put poles all the way out to the corners?
Like, what hole?
These poles out here, all the way to the corners.
Yeah,
of
so
the,
that makes it hard for you to
And
turn
it-
as well.
yeah. And what's really bad about this kind of corner is I'm gonna have to take up both on my lane and the oncoming lane in
So
order
you
to
can
make the
turn.
corner to avoid those poles. See, look in your mirror, your spot mirror.
Yes, I see.
'em. I barely missed those poles.
70th, drive southeast.
Well, you are one of those that is a very rare odd bird because almost nobody gives us that anymore. Almost nobody. They see a semi truck and they want to get through everything before the semi truck does. Or if they're coming up to that light and they see that you're taking their lane to use it.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. He's only doing 23, Shelby, so don't worry. She's saying lots of cops in this town, so we'll only doing 25.
I'm doing 22. I'm about to be in a school zone. Now I'm doing 21. The school zone sign says marked at 20. I think it's yeah. Okay, so it's not a when children are present. It's a 7:30 to 4:30 Monday through Friday. So that's why I'm only doing about 20 right now.
D. Ross said, I love listening to you too. Shelby's made a lot of comments. We'll have to go back through and read most of them. She's a local here, so she's given us some really good information. She's like, wow. She lived in Packwood when Mount St. Helens erupted, and they got hit also pretty hard with ash. And let's see, what else?
Let's see, we're over here of ash.
Yeah, well, that was the other thing. She said she never talked to anyone personally. Personally experienced it. So wow, glad that all of you were okay.
Well, we were a couple hundred miles away from it. So people around here got like 3 to 4 to 5 inches of ash fell in their yards. Out where I was, out on the family farm, we actually had a couple of feet of it fall, which is, we had more ash fall in that little area that I grew up in than anywhere else in the world got.
I'm actually responding to D-Roz right now.
Yeah. So I don't even know what I was about to say before when you interrupted.
I'm
So.
sorry. I'm sorry. I have a bad habit of doing that when you're live streaming because I'm trying to share the comments.
Well, if I could shut up and stop talking for a minute, maybe you could actually get through. But I see why you interrupt because I don't stop talking. My mouth just go. At least I'm not a broken record.
Right. Well, D-Roz, like I said, he said, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, D-Roz. He said, I love listening to you too, and he put a smiley face and a heart. So I just responded back that, thank you so much, just two friends jabbering back and forth. And Shelby said that's what makes you a good streamer.
Oh, that I don't shut up? I just keep going?
Yeah. And she's saying take a left just up ahead. You're almost there.
I gotta take a left on 170th, as far as I know.
Don't ask me. I'm just the co-pilot. I'm not doing directions. I'm just along for the ride. Up in Kalamazoo. Saznak talks a lot too. Yeah,
In 1/4
Saznak's
mile,
a great guy.
turn left on
He's a very good
170th,
guy.
drive
I-
He
southeast.
talks even more in person. You sit down and chit chat with him.
He's a very good guy. I mean,
He sure is. I love Saznak.
he's one of the first people I met at the Convoy that I actually felt like was a real person.
Yes.
That was there for the right reasons.
He's very genuine. Alright, she said, yep, just after the chevron, Black Wolf, you have to turn left.
Yep.
Turn left on
Just trying not to be
170th,
speeding.
drive southeast.
Yeah, we're trying not to speed, Shelby, because you warned us when we were 25.
Where is this? It's right here. It looks like
You said 140th?
100. It's 170th.
170th.
This is the street I got to turn on right here.
Yeah, just like I said, don't ask me for directions, because I already screwed that up. 170th, how I came up with 140th, I do not know. Yeah, there's the prison, entering the prison. Now, is this a male prison or female or co-ed? You don't know.
I don't know. Your friend that lives here might.
Arriving at 16550, 170th, drive southeast, on the right.
Okay, so
Community correction.
This right here is exactly where the address is.
Yeah. 16.
I don't know where a semi-truck has got to go. I don't think I got anybody behind me.
I don't see anyone behind you.
But you know what? I'm gonna go looking. Hand me the paperwork,
Alright,
please.
would you do me a favor if you're gonna get out and go look? Would you please roll the window down so I can get some air? Here's your paperwork. Thank you, my friend. Coming to get us all ready to throw us in prison. Listen to the sirens.
No, that's an ambulance. That's a meat wagon. Somebody probably got in an accident because they got scared there was a big truck coming through town. I gotta go find out where they want to put this.
Okie dokie. Roll on. Well, we're here at the prison where we're supposed to be dropping off this load, or Blackwood's supposed to drop off the load. He's out of the truck trying to figure out exactly where we need to go, or where he needs to go. And I'm seeing a lot of prisoners in white, mostly men, walking around, having their outdoor exercise. Somehow, I don't know, I got stuck behind this chap trying to catch up.
Well, I see a semi-truck coming out, so I'm gonna go a little further till I find somebody to talk to, because there's nobody in this building right here.
Well, somehow my live chat rewound, so I put my finger all the way forward, but it's not catching up to where we are now.
I don't know why.
Yeah, well, I can't figure this out.
It's fine.
Whoa!
That's just the transmission dropping into gear. Vaccination proclamation notice.
What? What does it say? Wait. Starting October 19th, 20, all on-site contractors, suppliers, vendors, and volunteers should be permitted to show proof of vaccination prior to entry to a DOC place. Those who are unable to prove vaccination status may be denied entry.
Yep. I could be denied entry because I'm not vaccinated.
Freaking unbelievable.
Well, they're gonna have to let me enter if they want their fucking food.
I guess so.
All visitors stop. Okay. You're gonna have to get out with me.
We're all subject to a canine search.
Yep.
Okay, we're visitors, so we have to stop. Shelby says it's federal. I'm sure it is.
Well, federal can suck my left toe.
Your little chicken nuggets.
Right?
And unfortunately, I wonder if they're gonna also do a search on business right here.
Alright. So, that's weird because the semi-truck just came in, he stopped, but then he kept going that way. I don't know where I'm
Looks like
going
the
in here.
delivery's up
He
there.
must be here regularly every day.
Yeah.
But he didn't have to go in and do nothing. I'll come and get you if you need it.
Okay. I'll stay stationary. 'Cause I don't want to be arrested and thrown in this prison. Although there's a lot of men in that prison. Maybe I could get a date. Not the kind of men I want to date. Right, Sid Vicious?
telling me what I need to go do.
Alright, so then I better put my belt back on and then I'll move.
Yes, you had better put your belt back
I
on.
thought I had to get out and get searched. I was wanting a pat down from one of those security guys.
Oh, I'll bet you did. I'll bet you wanted one.
Well, it's been a while since I've been touched.
Well, I'm pretty sure you've had your heart touched.
Well, lots of people have gone to touch my heart, but it's been a while since a special man has done anything. Twin Rivers units. Sid is anxious to get out of his truck. Oh, thank you, Krista. She said she enjoys both of us. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm only along for the ride for the next today and maybe tomorrow, and that's gonna be it. And you're gonna be back with just Black Wolf. Click her ticket. Been a great day of chatting. Thanks, Jen. I would never ever want to wind up behind bars. Look at all that bob wire too that they have. Jeez Louise. You know, it kind of reminds me of being on a military installation again. All the fencing and the bob wire. Have to stop at the gate, show your ID, and have your vehicle searched.
Right.
So they made sure that
This must be it right here.
CI warehouse. Do you have to back this truck into that dock?
Yep.
Wow,
I will have to back this truck
that
into
looks
that
tight.
dock.
That looks like another tight.
I'm going to set it right here.
Right, Jen, make sure the Q1 pats me down. Exactly. Actually, I haven't seen any guards here. I've only heard them.
Right.
Alright, are these men in these orange vest, yellow vests coming to us?
Yep.
And they're wearing diapers on their faces. We're outside. We're wearing diapers on our faces. Oh yeah, he has to go in that tiny little dock. They must not get a lot of visitors because everybody's out here staring at us. Maybe they don't see a lot of women. Maybe they don't see a lot of women. That's why they're staring at the truck because they're looking at me as a passenger. So I was correct. You have to go right into that area.
Yes, I do.
Alright, well, Black Wolf is going to work his magic again, backing up into the dock. How long is your trailer again?
The trailer's 53 foot long. My tractor is an average tractor, but it's stretched an extra 8 feet, so I'm about 8 foot longer than any other semi.
He's going to work his magic, back this baby up. Shelby said you can tell a good truck driver what he's about to do. She worked at the loading dock for 17 plus years.
Yes, but being extra stretched on my length makes it even harder. So I may look like I don't know what I'm doing because it takes me extra tries to get it done, but I still get it done. Especially when it's this tight of an area. In regular normal sized areas, I don't have that big of a problem. I can get it in one shot, no biggie. But here, it's going to take me a couple probably. Yeah.
Sometimes I just have to laugh because my mind goes places that it shouldn't go. There's a lot of men out here. Those guys over there, those Christians are playing soccer. I used to love to play soccer. I don't think I could do it anymore though because I'm not able to run like I used to be able to run. I was much younger and agile. Black Wolf got out of the truck again because he's going to assess the situation, and he's opening up his doors. Getting back in soon. Well, Jen, it's good to know that our minds go off in similar directions. I'm not the only one. I have to remember though, this is rated G, not rated R or rated X, right? We're not after dark.
Yeah, we're not after dark.
We're not after dark like the G's. Hands
No.
optional.
Right.
We're family friendly. You're family friendly.
I try to be. Sometimes I let a couple of words out that I probably
yeah,
should
when you
not.
let loose those F-bombs,
What I know I let one out earlier.
that makes it a rated R live stream then.
Right.
Do you have a clause on here that says 17 and over?
No.
Unless parental?
No, I don't think I do.
Yeah, whoever decided anyway to come up with those ratings for movies. Yep, as Jen said, it's not Howling at the Moon time yet. Well, maybe Black Wolf is going to need a Howling at the Moon live stream.
I wanted to do one last night, but we were both too dang tired.
I could barely keep my eyes awake open yesterday. I was falling asleep in the passenger seat. I have no recollection probably the last 2 or 3 hours of our drive. Yeah, I need to be quiet so you can concentrate.
Good?
Sid.
Alright, we're good. The trailer is perfectly in the dock. The truck itself is at a very sharp angle to the trailer. And that's solely so that I can leave a little room in front of me so that their official vehicles can still get around me. Because if I straightened her out completely, I'd be blocking the entire street.
Shelby says that you got this and well done, sir.
Is it what time yet? Yeah, oh, it's not Howling at the Moon time yet. No, I'm not. No, at the moon. Somebody else might think we need to. Isn't that right, Sid? No, they'll get me unloaded pretty fast. I've only got 16 pallets, which is about half a load.
I'm going to jump out because I'm buffering. And I need a break on my data.
Yeah. I'm buffering, so I'll be jumping up. Oh, that's you.
Yep. Jumped out.
Yep.
Now you can read the comments to me.
Well, when I get new comments, maybe. Since we're sitting and I don't have my sunglasses on, I can read it. My sunglasses make the words blurry. I don't get it. Everything else looks fine, but when I'm trying to read words on a screen or in a book, I can't have the sunglasses on because it just makes them blurry.
Are they clean?
Yeah, they're clean.
Sometimes when I get
It does not matter what brand of sunglasses. or what quality. That's always that way. It's been that way my whole life.
Okay.
Because you're looking through a piece of plastic that isn't really a lens, it's just a piece of plastic.
Gotcha. Now it's something new. What?
Vente aquí.
Möchtest du ein Zigarett?
Uno más, señorita.
Möchtest du eine? Eine oder zwei? Ein oder zwei? One or two?
Ein.
Bitte. Bitte? Please?
Oh, bitte is please.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, bitte has many interpretations, but it usually means please.
I know bitte schön and dankeschön, but
Say ein Zigarette bitte.
ein Zigarette bitte.
Yeah, there you go. Good job.
You're
Good
trying to make
job.
me learn my German heritage.
I am. You said you want to learn German. I'm trying to teach you.
I do want to learn German, but
Well, the best way to learn is little phrases at a time.
Charlene is, she just says at Rosie Rowe Patriot.
What about it?
It just says at Rosie Rowe Patriot. She didn't actually put the rest of the comment or whatever in there.
Hey, Charlene, Condon, post X. Ask Charlene what that means. Post X, Freunde.
She hears you, I know that, so she'll say it.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to try to repeat that because my language skill in that language is slim to none.
Prost.
I have no idea.
Prost.
No idea.
Just say it. Prost.
Pros.
X.
Thanks.
Freunde.
What does it mean?
Drink
Or do
up
we wait for-
friends. Drink up friends.
Drink up friends, okay.
So in Germany, if you're out and you have a bottle of beer and they say Prost X, that basically means you have to down it,
Ah.
right? So if you just say Prost, it's just like saying cheers over here. So you
Okay.
just take one sip. But if you say Prost X, that means you're being challenged to down your entire drink, whatever it is you're drinking. And Freude means friends. Friends.
Or go to the Goldenhurst when you're a teenager.
Yes, our hangout. That was our hangout. Yes. And what does Golden Hirsch mean in English?
I have no idea.
The Golden Deer.
The golden deer.
That was our hangout.
So it's not the stag, it's the deer?
Not the stag.
A golden stag or a golden deer?
I don't know. Just the Golden Hirsch. Hirsch auf Englisch. Was ist Hirsch auf Englisch? Google. DuckDuckGo.
Isn't it sad that we have to refer to our electronic devices to find things that we should otherwise already know?
Yes, but you know when it's been how many years now? 1982. What year are we in? 22. So when it's been 80, 90. When it's been about 40 years, it's kind of hard to remember certain things.
Yep.
That was our home away from home.
The bunk area of this truck is my home away from home. Basically, wherever I lay my head is
See,
home.
deer, Hirsch, deer, not stag, deer.
That's why I was asking.
Yeah, I'm letting you know.
Because a lot of them were called stag clubs.
No, that was just the name of the guest house. In Germany, it was a guest house.
Oh, it was a guest house.
It was a guest house.
And
which is a bar
Charlene
like a
even
bar.
says golden deer.
Yep.
The People's Convoy is waiting on me to come back. I'm sorry, Timothy, but there is no People's Convoy. It's split up into like 6 or 7 other little groups. So when you say that, what group are you talking about? Because not one of them is labeled the People's Convoy anymore. And my big thing right now is digging myself out of a financial hole that I had been put in prior to the convoy due to no fault of my own in the first place, which is why I had to make certain financial decisions and I ended up having to leave the convoy a little early while they were still in Hagerstown the first time. But I still caught up, back up with them whenever I could, and had the time to spend at that time. But I still have to be making money right now, otherwise I am completely under. I don't want to be sitting in other people's shoes that, you know, they don't have a way of income right now because of anything. So, you know, I'm still just barely treading water, but I'm getting out. I'm getting there. Oh yeah, Santa would love to see me back because he knows I get the crowd fired up when I take that bullhorn out. He also knows that there's a difference between, you know, blowing your horn for people and the way I do it. He always said, you know, you're a little extremely aggressive with that horn, dude. And that's probably why my right shoulder is always sore lately, is because it wasn't used to me hitting the horn like that, especially not once I got those train horns. I got to lean across the dash with one arm and still drive the truck with the other, and flip a switch back and forth to get that train horn to go.
You have issues, dude.
I got issues.
Yeah. You've got horn issues.
I've got horn issues. Yeah. So what if I get a little horny once in a while? I'm aggressively horny when it comes to freedom.
A lot of you truck drivers have horny issues on the road. Keeping them horned all the time. Stop.
Yup.
Neither could the four-wheelers, though, when we were rolling in and out of places.
Yeah, no, Santa would love to have me pop back in. So would Nicole over there at the AFC. And I know there's a couple more that would like it, but right now I need to really focus on the financials because of the fact, you know, the fuel prices are so high, the freight rates have gotten so low that now it seems like every other load that I pull costs me more to pull it than I was making on it.
Here, this is me.
This is you. She is clothed with strength and dignity, and she laughs without fear of the future. That's Proverbs, isn't it? I think so. And you say that's you.
Yeah.
It's a pretty little card. Where'd you find it? Was it one of my things? No, it was in one of my little gift packs from when I was in Hagerstown the first time.
Here so that I let us hold unswervingly to the hope that we profess, for he who promised is faithful. Hebrews 10:23. Never means hope.
I think they're already done unloading me, by the way.
Yeah. Well, Lisa just texted me wanting to know if I'm going to be there tonight or tomorrow.
I don't know yet. I might be able to pull a load out of here tomorrow morning, at least out of the Seattle area tomorrow morning back down to Portland, or I may be just heading down. I don't know yet.
All right, so I'm
I need to finish this load first,
Yeah.
and then figure it out.
All right, I'll let her know.
Thank you very much.
Sit.
You too.
I will let her know.
attention span for, live streams that go on for hours and hours and hours on end.
Well, yeah, because that's what you always said about Oreo. You always suggested that Oreo should split up his live streams
So
into
should
shorter clips.
so should all of them. They all should.
Yeah. Some of those live streams were like 4 and 5 hours long. It was hard to. Did I just say live streams?
I think you did.
Alright, I'll shut up. You're backing up. I don't want to be a distraction.
Right, because I've got people walking around behind me.
Yes, so I'm going to be quiet.
operators, it's far more long and complicated than it is for somebody who's a company driver. A company driver has somebody who just shoves loads down their throat and they just have to do them. Me, I do have somebody that can do that for me. I pay her to do so because I hired her as an outside contract. But in the grand scheme of things, you know, when I have to go and find loads myself because she's indisposed or busy or she can't find one, that's long and lengthy. I make a lot of phone calls to all kinds of brokers and trying to get loads and get them for a price I can afford to haul them, which these days is almost impossible.
Ooh, there's some hot men over there with no shirts on.
Right.
Hot diggity.
So, let's see. I gotta get my... We're gonna head for some kind of truck stop real quick here.
Good, because I'm so hungry.
Donna's. Let's go to Donna's. Donna's
Turn
used
right
to be
on
really good, but
164th
thanks to
Street
COVID, they've
Southeast.
kind of gotten really downhill, but I
really
think they
need
may be getting better.
Well, I need a cold drink as well. I need some ice for my water. I don't like drinking warm water. Oh, and I have to eat and take my medicine. That's the other thing I really need to do. My medicine.
That is not my fault. You are in charge of your own medications and the timing.
Yes, but I have to eat at a certain. I normally eat at a certain time and take my medications, and
Welcome to the trucking world.
I know, right? It's
The load
it's a
must-
learning experience.
The load must go. It doesn't have time for you to stop and eat.
That's why I'm saying you're a bad influence. This trucker life is a bad influence.
All right, here we go. We are out of here. Hit that
In
curve
1/2 mile,
right there. You
turn
see it
left
from
on
here?
179th Avenue Southeast.
So, okay, so this next question is when and how do you get paid? Like after you delivered your load today, when and how do you get paid?
I will be paid sometime within the next 24 hours because I am leased on to somebody else who has the funds to be able to pay me for this load as soon as it's done, as soon as the paperwork is in. Now, he's got a factoring company, which if I were doing this all by myself, I would also have to have my own factoring company, because the shippers do not
In 1/4
pay
mile,
immediately.
turn left on
They have up to
179th Avenue
180
Southeast.
days or longer sometimes to pay for a load that has been finished. Those of us in the trucking industry do not have the time to wait for that pay, so we go through a factoring company. The factoring company pays us, or pays the company we're running under, within a week or two, and then we get, and then they can pay the person that delivered the load. Now, that being said, if the factoring company paid out on a load 2-3 months ago, or 180 days ago, and the shipper still has not paid them for that load, then at that point,
Turn left at
they
the
turn
traffic
around and
light.
take that money back from the people they paid it to, which creates a huge mess.
Jerk. Thanks for cutting off a big rig.
It's not like you're not supposed to cross the double lines until it's time.
Saying thanks for the info. We had no idea how it works. Did you hear me while you were honking
Yeah,
the horn?
I heard no, it gets even more complicated than that. There is so much more to it there's so much more to it that even I don't know, because I have not run under my own authority ever yet. I have things in the works to get there, to where I'm running under my own authority, completely independent, but until I am out of this financial hole, I will not be able to do it, because it is just too expensive. The insurance alone for just 1 year for cargo insurance on a semi-truck is well over $70,000 for one truck per year.
They want you to honk. They want you to
In
honk.
1 mile, turn left on US 2.
All these kids want you to honk. There's a group of school kids getting out of school, and they're all giving us the honk signals, so Black Wolf is honking his truck horns for them.
This is when I have to be
Honk, honk.
This is when I have to be really, really careful too, because there could be a bully in the mix, and that bully could push one of these kids out in front of me. Which, that's never a good thing.
No, it's not.
Because unlike a car, I do not stop on a dime.
And with the air brakes.
Nope. So, the way the human brain works, from the moment my brain realizes that I need to hit the brakes to the point that my foot starts touching that pedal is about 1.5 seconds on average. Now, from the moment you're pushing on that pedal to the moment the brakes actually start grabbing, because of the air system, it's also another 1.5 seconds. Therefore, from the moment my brain realizes I've got to hit the brakes to the moment the brakes actually start to grab is 3 seconds. Then you take into account the speed, momentum, and velocity, the weight and everything of this vehicle. It takes even longer to stop than a car. But that's why we take a half a mile to stop the damn truck when we're loaded and going. And it's even worse, like right now I don't have a load in the trailer. The load helps, the heavier you are, the more the brakes actually do their job. So with no load in the trailer and being lighter, it actually takes me even longer to stop. Now, if I didn't have a trailer and I just had the truck by itself, which is what we normally call a bobtail, it would take me even longer to stop because there's no weight on the drive tires of the truck to press down, which means I will slide or skid farther when trying to stop than I would with a load, because it is designed to have weight sitting on it in order to operate properly.
Great explanation. Charlene has
In
a question
1/4
for you.
mile, turn left on US 2.
Charlene had a question.
Yes. Have you ever seen the show Shipping Wars? They bid on the shipments and pick up other shipments along the way. She's just wondering.
Yes, I've seen it, and that's pretty much what we do out here too. Shipping wars kind of brought the freight rates even down farther just because of what they are and how they work, and making it far more competitive, and people so willing to cut each other's throat going the lowest they
Turn
can.
left at the traffic light.
You know, I'm sorry, but you do that enough times and shippers catch on and say, okay, well, everybody should be paying this cheap price. Well, at that point, that cheap price may be so cheap that you can't afford to haul it. Well, now, most of the shippers in this country at this point in time have gotten so cheap, nobody can afford to haul any load. So we're all paying out of our own pockets to get these loads from point A to point B. Yes, we're getting paid for the load, but our fuel cost into it and all the other costs like insurance and plates and the registration and the IFTA taxes and the 2290 taxes and all the permits and everything all involved, by the time all is said and done, my fuel costs with all of that eat all that profit away, every bit of it. And that doesn't even count if I have to have work done on the truck. The last load I did before this one was, like I said, it was Kansas City to Reno, Nevada for $4,000 2 years ago. That was a stellar price. Okay? Right now, I just hauled that load, and by the time all of the costs came out, I ended up owing $131 instead of being paid. So I hope everybody in this country is really happy with all the products that they get to go out and buy right now, because the guy that drove it there from point A to point B and made sure it got to their store ended up having to pay to do so. Uno más.
Is it coming out?
Before we even docked the truck, we've been down for like 20 minutes.
Do you remember how I said to ask?
Not really. Ein Zigarette something.
Ein Zigarette, bitte. Ein Zigarette, bitte.
Ein Cigarette. to get you to your friend.
Okay. Eric and Doris said Hong Kong.
Hong Kong.
Charlene said I got it. Sounds like a terrible thing then. And then Jen Simpson, your little French mod, wants to know how many days, if not hours, would it take to shut everything down if you guys, meaning truckers, stop taking loads until you got fair rates.
Well, here's the thing. The gas prices and fuel prices are continuing to skyrocket. The prices of the freight are continuing to plummet. Right now, they're at the rock. They're literally at the bottom of where they have been on record over the last. Okay, so that being said, they're still dropping. They're still going down in price for what they're willing to pay for a load to be hauled. The problem with that is that broker has those loads under contract. That means if that broker was getting paid $10,000 to get that load put on a truck and get it from point A to point B, if that broker had that contract 2-3 years ago, he still has that same contract. He's still getting paid that same money. There's no reason for him to be dropping that price that he's going to pay the truck down to nothing. No reason. The brokers are making a killing right now, and they are the reason that the food prices are going up, not the truck drivers. We're getting ripped off. Okay. Now, that being said, if the fuel prices go up any higher than what they are right now, almost every truck in this country will have no choice but to park the truck, turn the key off, and walk away. Because we cannot continue to pay to deliver the loads that we are supposed to be getting paid for.
Yeah, you're essentially working for free.
I'm not working for free, I'm paying to work.
Well, yeah, yeah.
I am not a slave. But right now it sure feels like I am.
Yeah, when you have to pay money in order to work or deliver a load, that's asinine.
I've got a bit of an older truck. She does about 5 miles to the gallon on average, maybe 5.2 miles to the gallon on average. Some trucks, especially the newer ones right now, they're getting anywhere from 5 to 7.2 miles to the gallon. Those that are getting 7.2 miles to the gallon, they can still operate right now, and they're still making decent. Years ago, or even a year ago, they're making a little bit more in their bank account after all costs than I am. Just a little bit. But, that being said, that fuel price goes up any higher, and every truck in the country will have no choice but to stop running unless the brokers come up in price. The shippers have to start paying. The shippers have to start paying, and so do the brokers. Period. End of story. And if it happens, now, we just saw $7.29 a gallon for diesel in California. Yesterday, we found it. We took pictures of it. And I'll tell you this. If the rest, right now, like where I'm at, it's like $5.60 something a gallon. If we see that $7 a gallon, actually right now it's like $6 a gallon. I think it's one we saw earlier, right? It was $5.99.9. If we see 6.5 to 7, I guarantee you, every truck in the company in the country will stop, because we cannot continue to haul without a profit. We can't. I have to eat. You know, I have bills to pay. Can't do it. Nobody can. No matter what kind of handouts the government gives. And we already know if the government gives handouts to keep the freight industry moving, they're going to give it to the big super companies that have nothing but company drivers. So everybody else out here who owns a truck is going to be left in the dark, like always. And we're going to have to do nothing but park our trucks and walk away. And at that probably within a week's time frame for all the trucks to finally stop moving, because they'll run out of fuel eventually, or they'll get low enough in fuel that they need to be able to get home, or they may be having to find things to get them home. But once all the realize that they can no longer haul and make any money, realizes that he's only 24 hours away from parking his truck. If I'm and hitchhike home, I'll do it. I don't care if I'm in the middle of the country. I'll find a safe place to park it, and I will hitchhike home. That being said, I got a lot of places around the country where I've got friends and family that'll take me in at any time. So even if I had to hitchhike home, at least I've got places to call home in the middle of that on the way there.
Right, Diana Weber said Jen Simpson, that was a great question. Diana also said that Biden is the reason that we have higher prices.
100% true. Biden is the reason. The left is the reason. The agenda is the reason. And do not be fooled. It is not just a left agenda. That same agenda is being pushed on both sides of the fence. They accuse the left. Same thing to happen. They're both in cahoots.
And just so people are aware, this is not an American problem, it's a global problem.
Yes, it is a global problem. Yes, it is a global problem.
It's happening worldwide. The agenda that's being pushed. Shelby said Biden's taking care of it all for us. They need America to fall. They want the world to fall, actually.
The reason they want the world to fall is because the people in the world, all of the regular citizens in this world, so drastically outnumber those that are in control.
Yeah, the 1%.
And they know and they are scared that if we all ever woke up and got together, we could oust them in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. This agenda, because they want everybody to go back to being asleep. They want everybody to go back to being a slave. They want at least 75% of the population of this planet to die. That is what they want, because the lower the numbers of population, the easier it is to control them. And that's not a new thing. That's not a conspiracy theory thing. Look up the Georgia Guidestones.
Look up the Rockefeller Lockstep program.
Yeah, the Rockefeller Lockstep. Yeah, look that up.
Over 20 years ago.
This is no conspiracy theory, it's fact, and it is actually happening in front of everybody's eyes. And they're even so brazen about it, they're telling you what. Like I said, the Georgia Guidestones, their entire plan is listed out, inscribed in stone, that has been in place in Georgia for several hundred years. They were lost for so long, and somebody found them in a field laying down and dilapidated, and they took them in. They had them refaced. They had them cleaned up and reworked so that you can actually see them and read them, and made them pretty again, and they put them back up, and they are now a sightseeing thing. But every bit of what has gone on in the last 40 to 60 years that you can remember, it's all been listed on there, and it was all listed on there long before any of us were ever a twinkle in somebody's eye. So they've been telling us what they're going to do. Guidestone, a population over 500,000 is a population. I don't remember if it was 500,000 or 500 million, but a population over 500,000 is a population that is out of control. Any population lower than that is a population that can easily be controlled. All of the different viruses, all of the different wars, everything that has happened since that stone was put in place, those things were actually listed on those stones as things that were going to happen, that were part of that plan. So you can't tell me that they're not telling us what they're going to do. Somebody did, and they always are. I mean, you look at what happened. There's right after his inauguration, somebody asked him what he thought about fuel prices, and instead of saying anything normal, he just puts his thumb up with a giant smile and says, "They're gonna go up," as you can hear the laughter in his voice. And that was before he signed the that was before he signed the executive order to close our pipelines and close down more than 75% of our oil refineries here in this country. His first day, yep.
He signed the most executive orders in one day. Combined.
Yep. And I don't know anybody in their right mind in this country that would have voted for somebody that can't even form a sentence. Hell, he can't even form a word without stumbling and making mistakes. Or losing track and talking about Poppy or popcorn. It was popcorn? Yeah, it was popcorn was his supposed bully that he beat up, right? Sounds to me more like he was the one that was the bully. And he's always been the bully. Look at his stop and frisk programs that he put into place years back when he was still videos when the voting was supposed to have stopped. They kicked everybody out, and everybody stay back and start running votes like mad on camera, and they didn't even know they were on camera. But they start running votes like mad, and that's the time frame when Biden suddenly somehow magically got so many billion more votes within less than an hour.
And he jumped ahead of Trump.
It's not possible. Well, now we're going to be stop and go for the next 9 miles. See? Take a look.
Oh, fabulous.
Yep.
Traffic jam.
Because it's 3 p.m. Yeah, we'll be going down to Portland tomorrow. Whether we have a load or not, that's when we're heading down. So that you can meet up with your friend. I don't know what time we'll get there yet. We're going to have to play that by ear. Once I'm rolling and out of the Seattle area, once I'm south of the Seattle area, I'll know exactly when I'm going to be there. But until then, I don't.
Right, no worries. So you were getting a lot of comments. What you've been saying, I just wrote in the chat, research. Conspiracy theories have and are becoming real. And the response is what you just said. Bush Sr. sold us out to the NWO.
Bush Sr. is, in my personal opinion, having watched the videos in all the different angles of when JFK got shot. Bush Sr. is the one that was in the passenger seat in the car that was that JFK was in when he got shot.
Yes.
Bush Sr. turned around and had his arm pointed towards JFK when JFK's head went back and to the left. Bush Sr. was head of the CIA at the time.
Can I interrupt you?
It's my opinion and my judgment, just from those videos and from the knowledge that's out there, that's actually in the public, that people can actually easily find. It's my opinion that Bush Sr. was the trigger man. Bush Sr. was the kill shot. And And Bush Sr. is also the one that brought the notion out in the public, in the news, in a few different speeches about the New World Order.
Black Wolf, I was wanting to read the comments before you responded so that you can hear all the comments of what people were saying.
Yeah.
And then respond. Because there's been quite a few. Alright, so like I said, Shelby said Bush sold us out. Eric and Doris said Weiler said Elbert County, Georgia. Diana Weber, yep, they have, but some weren't listening.
Okay, pause. Elbert County, Georgia. That's where the Georgia Guidestones are.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Diana Weber said, yep, they have, but some weren't listening. They have been talking about population control since the 50s. Working lab traffic said, control a person's food and you control the person. Shelby 306355 mentioned Klaus Schwab, and we need to stand up together. And she also said to watch Bill Gates, who wants to get rid of billions of the world population.
Right, because he's one of
said,
those elites.
Yep, she says people need to turn off mainstream BS. She said Satan, our government killed JFK, our government took him out. So Shelby has actually said a lot. Trump was not supposed to win, Hillary was. He's
Continue on I-5.
Biden, I believe. And that's the end of the comments for now. So if you want to respond to all of that, feel free.
Read that Trump and Biden bullying, whatever.
Okay, Shelby 6355 says once you see, you cannot unsee it. Trump was not supposed to win. Hillary was. He's always been a bully and very much so a racist, meaning Biden.
I hope she's meaning Biden, because exactly what she said is exactly what the media said Trump was.
But like I said, there were the other responses about Bill Gates. The response about control the food and you control the people, which is true.
See, they hated Trump because Trump could not be bought. Trump had so much money, he did not care about somebody saying, well, if you do this, I'll give you this much. He didn't care. He could not be bought. And he made it very clear that he could not be.
Right.
And they hated him. That's why they tried everything they could to keep him from becoming president. And even after he did, they tried, because he could not be bought. That's why when I was younger, I voted for Ross Perot. Because even then, I knew we needed somebody who had their own financial stability and had the experience in running a business and turning it into a profitable business. Because even then, America was hemorrhaging money so fast with nothing coming back that we voted for Perot back then, both times that he ran. I really wish he had one. That's another reason that like I've said before, I don't like Trump as a person. It's his arrogance and a few other things that just, I don't like it. But that did not stop me from voting for him. And that does not stop me from respecting him as a president. Sorry, passenger says she needs air. I know it's loud.
Well, I haven't eaten all day, and I haven't had my medicine, and I'm starting to get vehicle sickness.
Vehicle sickness, we're barely even moving.
Yeah, the stop-go traffic on an empty stomach. There's no airflow anywhere.
Yep.
What, 3:30, almost 4 o'clock?
It's 2:54. especially in areas where nobody else, no other kind of vehicle has to pay to park. I mean, we're going
What
way
is the
out.
reasoning behind that?
We're going way out of here into a semi-rural area, and nothing out here is pay to park except the truck stop. The trucks have to pay to park. Nobody else does. And it's not cheap.
Well, all I know, what I'm learning while being out on the road with you these last few days, is truckers seem to get gouged every which way up one side and down the other.
Right.
And it's absolutely disgusting and horrendous that the men and women that are supplying the world with food and every other product, material thing that they want and desire, are delivering to the stores. You guys are paying, you men and are being treated like second-class citizens while you're out on the road just trying to do your jobs.
Yup.
You have to pay for your food, you have to pay for your drinks, you have to pay for your shower, you have to pay for to park your truck in some of these truck stops. Some truck
Well-
stops you can't even get in there to park because there's no space left.
The
You
only-
park on the side of the highway like we did last night.
The only time that a trucker has to pay for a shower is if he pulls up to a truck stop that he doesn't normally get fuel at. Because we do get, when you get, well, it used to be like 20 gallons, you would get a free shower. Then they jumped it up to 50 gallons, and I think they recently jumped it up to 100 gallons. So I think right now it's every 100 gallons that you put in your truck at one particular brand of truck stop, if it's like a Flying J, or a Pilot, or a Loves, or TA Petro, whatever. As long as you have put in 100 gallons at one of those truck stops, you can stop anywhere in the country at one of those truck stops and use your shower point for a free shower. But if you don't have that shower point, you need that shower, that's going to be $15 minimum, and some places are even $30 to $40 for that shower.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. And not only that, a lot of the travel agencies, the prices are much, much higher than average. Now, a lot of the restaurants that used to exist with the travel agencies are shut down, so you're not even able to get a decent meal. And then even the meals in the restaurants at the truck stops are higher than if you were to go to a Denny's elsewhere or Taco Bell or
Oh, yeah,
whatever the case may be.
Get this.
That's my point. I'm trying to say, you guys are getting gouged up one side and down the other every which way, while all you're doing is trying to earn a living and deliver goods and services to the American people and the consumer of this country.
Right.
How is all of that fair? And now with the gas prices really skyrocketing, you're getting paid driver alone. It's disgusting.
Yep. Well, you take a look at this. There's if you go to Taco Bell, right? You go to Taco Bell and you get a bean burrito. In some states, the bean burrito is still like 89 cents. In other states, it's closer to like $1.20 or $1.29, right?
Yes.
But if you go to a truck stop that has a Taco Bell in it, that bean burrito is anywhere from $4 to $6 depending on which state you're in. That's how much gouging is happening at these truck stops to begin with. That's
Yeah.
just the truck stops.
Right.
And they do that because they know the trucker is locked in.
Yeah, you
The trucker
have no
has
choice.
nowhere else he can go.
And like I also learned being out on the road with you, that as a truck driver, you can't just pull up to any grocery store to go in and get fresh food or buy from the grocery store.
We used to be able to pull into Walmart. We used to be able to pull into Walmarts, but now more than 75% of the Walmarts across the country refuse to allow semi-trucks to even park on the property for 5 minutes.
That's my point. I'm trying to explain to the people, to the viewers, what I have been learning just in the 2 or 3 days that I've been driving with you as a passenger in
I had a problem with my blood pressure here last November. A lot of it had to do with my salt intake. So I started trying to eat healthier. Well, I thought I was getting something healthy to eat. I was getting a grilled chicken breast that was chopped up into little bits in the package. You know, of course they're charging almost like $12 for this little tiny chicken breast that's been chopped up. And I was eating those, and then one day I just looked at the salt content on the back.
Yeah.
That little bit of chicken, which was probably about maybe 5 ounces or 6 ounces.
Let me guess, almost 1,000?
It was 980 milligrams of salt.
Take exit
980
202 on the
milligrams
right
of salt.
to 116th
5 or
Street
6
and
ounces
East,
of grilled
then
chicken.
keep left.
And that's what they think the healthy option is for truckers and truck stops.
Well, being with the convoy and going across the country, I have the same problem. You know, I have digestive disorders. There's certain foods that really set me off if I eat it.
Keep
So
left to
I try
116th Street
I try to
Northeast,
stick with a
then take the first
plant-based
left.
diet, and I try to avoid processed foods for the most part. But being on the road, it was nearly impossible to have healthy eating choices. I could get grapes, bananas, apple, oranges, yogurt once in a while, or a salad, and that was pretty much it. As far as healthy, fresh fruits, vegetables. Sometimes you get lucky and you find carrots and broccoli and cauliflower in a little container. But then the prices would be so outrageous. You're paying $5, $6, $7 for a teeny little cup of grapes for a container of fresh vegetables. And that's what I'm talking about. Almost everything in these places is processed foods.
Yep.
Overpriced processed foods that have no nutritional value whatsoever. That are full of additives and preservatives and crap that's going to make you fat, unhealthy, and sick.
What do you think of Hamburger Helper?
Ugh.
Let me tell you what Hamburger Helper is. It's hamburger because you bought the hamburger and cooked it and put it in it, right? Everything else that is in that package, because the only thing that you added was the hamburger is the only thing that actually has any nutritional value or substance whatsoever. Everything else in that package is 100% starch, sugar, and filler.
Yeah.
That's it.
Even our pet food today is the same thing.
And you wonder why our children are looking like Stay Puft Marshmallow kids instead of being nice and decently proportioned and healthy.
Yeah.
No, all our children are so many more children now that have been forced to eat at that level, which is kind of poverty level. They're huge.
You know, the other sad
Turn
thing
left on
too that
31st
most
Drive
people don't know
Northeast.
is organic foods. They say it's organic, but if you actually read the ingredients on a lot of foods that they claim that are organic, the organic foods are not necessarily healthy for you either.
Let me tell you about
It's
organic.
just a packaging scheme.
Let this farm boy tell you about organic. So, when they started pushing this organic stuff, here's how organic really works. You've got
$12 for parking.
you've got a farm that has carrots. Let's take carrots for example, right?
Yes.
They have an entire field of carrots that they harvest. They turn around
Arriving at
harvest
Thunder
that
Travel
field.
Plaza on the left.
Now, there will be some carrots that normally, before this organic thing, would have been refused and tossed into, what is it called, like compost piles,
or a refuse bin.
or issued back to be fed to like pigs and stuff
Right.
like that. Well, instead now, we're losing so much money on this stuff that we can't really sell. Well, let's go ahead and label it organic. So that shriveled up tiny little carrot that nobody at the grocery store would have bought is now being sold as organic for 3 times the price.
Right.
And you're falling for it.
Yeah.
And we have a parking place, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to put it here in the backpack though. we're at that time of day where trucks are about to start flooding in like mad to find places to park.
Yes, I know. We need a spot. We really need a spot.
And I need to make sure that I am already parked. The reason I'm going for the backpack is so that we can get Sid out and he can have his little fun back here in the little, there's a little,
Area?
there's a little clearing. A nice little clearing going to be behind us here.
Cool.
So, also being in the back, less likely to be hassled by people coming and going from the truck stop in the first place.
Yeah, so basically Shelby, I mean, we're going to be getting out soon, but really quickly, Shelby said processing packing companies are killing us slowly. School meals, D-Raws, we said the school meals these days are disgusting crap, we would not wait like when I was in school, correct. And then Shelby is saying, hey Donna's welcome home for the night. Pit stop, long way to go, just 3, you gotta say. Exactly. Anyways, you're probably going to want to end this stream because you're going to have to go pay to park, and I've got to get out.
Yep.
I've got to go to the bathroom.
I'm going to let you out, and I'm going to say goodbye to everybody here.
All right. Well, everybody, I should probably say goodbye in the chat as well. Talk to you later. Oh, I have to get my
Because
stuff.
now I have to actually do my job and try to find another load. Alright,
I gotta get out of here.
let me get this up, and I'll say my goodbyes after I get you out.
You should reverse it and let me wave goodbye.
I can't hear you.
You should reverse it and let me wave goodbye.
What?
You should reverse the camera and let me wave goodbye.
Here's the problem with that. It's this way. See?
Oh. I just wanted to say goodbye, everybody. Rosie Rose signing out. It was nice riding with all of you and with Black Wolf. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Doing alright. You should have got out. When, you know. Done. There we go. I think I can get you out now. Okie dokie. There she goes to get her rest break. Right? So now I gotta go to my log and say I'm off duty. There we go. Alright. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to do some paperwork. I gotta go in and pay for parking and take care of some other things, and then I gotta start seeing if I can even find a load that'll get us down to Portland tomorrow morning. Because there's no way I'll find one for this evening. Loads usually, they usually load a truck early in the morning and then it's gone. You know, so the first half of the day is truck loading, the last half of the day usually is unloading. Well, sometimes the last half of the day is unloading. There's an awful lot of places now that will only load or unload in the first part of the day. You know, so anywhere from 4 a.m. Until usually about 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Maybe noon. Most of them you won't even load you after 11 o'clock in the morning. Load you or unload you. So that's another way they control us, by making sure that even though we only had to drive 400 miles or 200 miles, it still takes us 2 to 3 days to get it done, instead of being on to the next load and making good money. That's another way they control us. They have tried for so long to turn the American trucker into nothing more than a minimum wage job. And right now I'm making far, far less than minimum wage. Anyway. Yeah, she could have gone and stood in front of the camera. Would have been great. So I'm going to let you guys go so that I can take care of this business. We will see you all the next time. I'm not sure if I'll do. I might actually pop on and do a howling at the moon tonight. We'll see. Tonight there's going to be hardly a sliver, but we'll see. Hardly a sliver of a moon. It was great riding with you today, and I hope you all enjoyed. And we'll see you when I'm on.